think I have the wrong spelling. One more time for the spelling on the last
Sure, it's 300.
name. No, last name.
Oh, FELICIANO.
Good morning. Good morning. Microphone check. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Put a one in the chat if you can hear me, please. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The jurors have not came in yet. Uh, District Attorney Simone Hilton will be doing the cross-examination of the next witness.
Okay, one more time with the citation. I think I have the correct spelling, Feliciano. What's the citation?
Sure, 300.
300.
Fed.
Fed.
APX. PPX 795.
Okay, all right. I found it.
Okay. And so it's probably at the top of, it's the bottom of page 800 or pen site 800, near pen site 801.
Okay. All right.
So, Your Honor, here in the Feliciano case, the court is clear there's a distinguishing factor between what needs expert testimony and what does not. And what it says here, and I'll read this portion of the opinion. The court says, third, we are unpersuaded that the district court abuses discretion in allowing Detective Christie to testify about cell tower sites, which hindered Feliciano's argument that Manny Ortega, not Feliciano, was the sixth participant in the robbery. If the witness is not testifying as an expert, the witness's testimony in the form of opinions or inferences is limited to those opinions or inferences which are A, rationally based on the perception of the witness, B, helpful to clear an understanding of the witness's testimony or the determination of a fact and issue, and not based on scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge within the scope of 702. The line between the expert testimony under Federal Rules of Evidence 702 and lay opinion testimony under Federal Rules of Evidence 701 is not easy to draw. Thus, a law enforcement officer may be qualified to provide both lay opinion and expert testimony. Federal Rules of Evidence 701 Advisory Committee's note citing U.S. v. Figueroa with that citation. In fact, we have recognized that police officers can testify as lay witnesses based upon their particularized knowledge garnered from years of experience within the field. Similarly, other courts have held that experience-derived police testimony concerning criminals' typical modus operandi during a drug transaction does not automatically constitute expert testimony, but lay witness testimony admissible under Federal Rules of Evidence 701. Here, the purpose of Detective Christie's cross-examination testimony concerning the location of cellular towers simply was to establish that Manny Ortega's cellular telephone calls to Ortega following Ortega's arrest did not originate at a point near the arrest location. Detective Christie did not express an expert opinion based on scientific, technical, or otherwise specialized knowledge as required under Federal Rules of Evidence 702. Instead, he simply reviewed the cellular telephone records and the summary of those calls, which identify cellular towers for each call, and based on his personal knowledge concerning the locations of certain cellular towers, testified at the time of the call, Manny Ortega's cellular telephone was nowhere near the arrest location. And Your Honor, this is what distinguishes what Detective Racy, what the state intends with Detective Racy's testimony from Agent James Burney, who was the expert that we qualified. The state does not intend to ask Investigator Racy how cellular phone towers work, what's the distance between them, but simply for what he read and interpreted from the record, where did he determine the location to be? Your Honor, I also want to direct the court to Carlson's on evidence, specifically page 361, that talks specifically about cell tower mapping. And here, Carlson advises or writes, the mapping of cellular telephone calls has been held to bypass the need for expert testimony. Along these lines, Rule 701 authorized the Metro PCS records custodian to explain how cell phone tower records pings from each cell phone number and how he mapped the cell phone tower locations for each phone shown in company records. Similarly, testimony concerning telephone records, abbreviations contained therein, as well as the location of the defendant based upon a map of cell tower locations, did not require expert testimony. Henderson distinguished between testimony about how cell towers operate, which would require expert testimony, and testimony concerning the cell phone records itself, which would not. And so again, Your Honor, Detective Racy, our intent is only for him to testify as to where particular phones were at the time based upon his reading and understanding of the records. He will testify about how he has been trained on reading cell phone records. He has plotted numerous cell phone records prior to having to plot the certain phone calls in this instance, Your Honor, and that is the extent of what his testimony would be. You will see that distinguished from Agent Burney later on, where Agent Burney will go into a more scientific analysis about cell phones and how they operate. And so, Your Honor, with that, we don't believe we need to qualify Mr. He's an agent now as well himself, Agent Racy, as a expert solely for what his testimony, we will get from his testimony right now.
So she's trying to get this witness in who is not really an expert witness.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Your Honor, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
To everyone, as always. Your Honor, United States versus Feliciano is a unreported opinion of the 11th Circuit from year 2008. And specifically in that case has been held for and highlighted for the fact that the Detective Christie, which is Christie, simply review, I'm quoting, simply reviewed the cellular telephone records. They were in evidence as cellular telephone records, and a summary of those calls, which was in evidence, which identified cellular towers for each call. So it didn't take much to say it used this tower and this tower is here from the records. And then based upon Detective Christie's personal knowledge concerning locations of certain cellular towers, he testified that at the time of the call, Manny Ortega, Manny's MANNY-ORTEGA, apostrophe S, cellular telephone was nowhere near the arrest location. Here, it is my understanding that the records have to be interpreted. They don't spell out where the cell towers are. The Honorable Bruce Harvey afforded us another case, this honorable court to look at, which is United States versus Natal, Natal. Your Honor, it is 849 F3rd 530. It's a Second Circuit Court of Appeals case from 2017, and it specifically states that historical cell site analysis uses cellular phone records and cell tower locations to determine within some range of error a cell phone's location at a particular time. A cell phone connects to a cell phone tower in order to assess the cellular network and communicate with other phones. Each cell tower covers a particular geographic area, which depends upon a number of the antennas operating on the cell site. While the proximity of the users is a significant factor in determining the cell tower with which the cell phone connects, other factors also play a role, including structural features of the tower, the phone, as well as the geography and the topography of surrounding environments, and all this requires expert testimony.
That's location, you're talking about location, how cell towers operate?
The location of the cell phone hitting off a tower. If it's in the record and the record comes in, and a person like yourself can just, or me, can just read the record and say, here it is, and it says it right here on the record, I don't object. And that's what the United States versus Feliciano states. But what the state is going to do is extrapolate. As they told you, they're going to use Agent Bernie's information through Detective Racy, or Agent Racy now, and have him testify to location data, and then come in later, I guess, over objection, and now try to bolster that testimony or make it cumulative. And I'm not so sure that Agent Bernie even did this analysis that Detective, in fact, we were never given it, that Detective Racy is talking about. So it is really fresh testimony, that's expert testimony. I would object to saying.
What's Racy gonna testify? You all told me Thursday is cell phone records and what plotting?
Yes, Your Honor, and may I respond to Mr. Steele? So.
Give me 1 second, hold on.
Sure.
Okay, it looks like the mapping of cellular telephone calls doesn't require expert testimony. United States versus Baker covers that 496 Fed APPX 201. And it cites Feliciano as well. Also, it looks like testimony concerning cell phone records, abbreviations, locations of the defendant based on a map of cell phone tower locations doesn't require expert testimony. And that's Henderson, 564F APPX 352 10th Circuit, 2014. But it does say that Henderson distinguishes between expert testimony about how cell towers operate, which would require expert testimony, and testimony regarding cell phone records would not. So, what else, madam?
Those are the two cases I was going to direct the court's attention to, that this is distinguishable, and I'm not sure if I wasn't clear. Bernie isn't going to be testifying to anything at this point that has to do with the Little Wayne bus shooting. I was distinguishing Bernie because Bernie is very different in what he did with the cases that he did handle, which was
Is he testifying later?
he's testifying later. And so I was just using that as a distinguishing factor between what Racy did, which was look at the cell phone records, and then he plotted it based upon the records that he reviewed. He put it in MapQuest, or he'll either Google or MapQuest, he'll tell you which one he used. And then he was able to identify those particular areas, which came from the records himself.
Yeah, Baker seems to indicate, given the omnipresent nature of computer mapping software in today's society, websites such as MapQuest.com and Google Earth come to mind. So an agent's testimony about his use of mapping software was not expert testimony. So under Feliciano. All right, I'm satisfied about that. As Mr. Steele and others, you may certainly object. I will make a continuing for the record. If it crosses over in the expert testimony, I'll reconsider at that point in time. But it seems like looking at the case law that there is a distinguishment between that. So that's two. I think the third thing was, did you all work out Winfrey certified copy issue and redaction? I heard that was done. From what Ms. Love was telling us on Thursday, I should say.
If I could just have a moment to confirm, I believe it was completed, but I just need to confirm.
Okay, and then there was the July the 15th of 2015 in custody. There was supposed to be some redaction of that as well. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. The state provided on Friday morning as well a redacted copy of that interview along with the transcripts. We haven't heard anything back yet from defense counsel, but we did provide that as well.
All right. Okay. All right. Is Racy going to be your next witness? Okay. Anything else? 'Cause I think those were the four things I was supposed to take. I was supposed to inquire about. So I've exhausted my list. I'm about to call for the jury.
Can I make some questions for the court? Inquiries for the court?
Those are the four things I was covering, Mr. Steele.
Yeah, but I understand that. I appreciate it. First of all, would you give a continuing objection to any data about where a cellular telephone is for detective, or now it's Agent Racy? I've objected to it. I believe it's preserved, but you just said make your objection, so I'd like to object. Now,
Yeah, I'll give you a continuing objection.
As far as the state added 2 more jail calls since we left on Thursday, I believe, and it was this past Thursday. So they added an additional 5 jail calls as announced. I'm objecting to the late notice of all 5. I understand you told me that the previous order is not in effect, but I'm objecting.
Well, no, it's not that it's in effect. You got all the discovery. It's just that the state needs to, like I told you before, they need to go ahead and, give you some advance warning about which calls they're going to play.
And over the Friday at about 11 o'clock, the state gave us the sections, the times that they are intended.
Which we started covering in court on Friday. We took about an hour and 15 minutes to do that.
And the court said that you already ruled on admissibility. I'm still objecting to the non-testifying
Yes.
people there. I don't know if you sustained the objection or overruled it. but I would like if you.
I'm going to overrule your objection. I'll notice continuing objection
Okay.
based upon the basis that the state gave me, the case law in terms of context.
Then-
That was that was cited on Thursday.
As far as I've never seen, I don't know if it was done or not, but the supposed redaction to Mr. Jimmy Winfrey's guilty plea. But I'd like to look at that, but
Just cover that. They said it's done, but
they're finding out if it's done. But I would like to look at it.
Okay.
I'm waging objection anyway to
Sure.
everybody who does not testify who's getting, who pled guilty under confrontation clause, under State versus Jefferson, under hearsay, and under 403. It's very unfair. I can't cross-examine any of these people.
okay.
And then with the state did a, had the redactions, as I requested, except for a few, and they all deal with Agent Cunningham stating to Mr. Williams on July 15, 2015, while he's in custody at the DeKalb County Jail, things like, I liked your alligator chair, and I was in your house all day, and things like that, which the state is not allowed to have been in his house. That was an illegal entry into his home, as this honorable court found, as the previous honorable court has also found. So therefore, I will get with the state to show those items, but if we have a sticking point before that item is even played, I know the state mentioned through another prosecutor Thursday that they may not use it, but if they do decide to use it, I have 3 other areas that need to be redacted between the parties. If we can't agree, I'd like you to make the list.
All right, sir. Thank you. Summon our jurors, please, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Deputy Ham, all jurors present, sir. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, good morning. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue with the presentation of the state's case, okay? All right, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Agent Racy.
All right, summon Agent Racy, please. Agent Racy, good morning, sir. If you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Deputy Ham to be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Yes, Your Honor. Please swear affirm the testimony provided before the
I do.
You may be seated. Can you state your first and last name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is David Racy, David Rassi.
Hey, good morning, Agent Racy. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, commonly referred to as the ATF.
And how long have you been with the ATF?
About 4 years now. June 2020 is when I joined the agency.
And what do you do for the ATF?
I'm a special agent in a criminal enforcement group, meaning just enforcing the federal criminal laws that we have jurisdiction over as the ATF.
And prior to work with the ATF, were you employed?
Prior to ATF, I was employed by the Cobb County Police Department here in Georgia.
And how long were you with the Cobb County Police Department?
Approximately 12 and a half years.
And if you could tell the jury, so when did you start your employment with Cobb County?
So October of 2007 is when I first got hired by Cobb County.
If you can tell the jury about your time with the Cobb County Police Department over the course of those 12 and a half years.
Yes. So first, when I got hired, I had to go through our police academy, and it's approximately 6 months long. After that, I graduated the academy and was assigned to what we call Precinct 2. It's basically Austell, Powder Springs, Mableton area of Cobb County, the southern part of Cobb County. I spent approximately 4 years on uniform patrol on the overnight shift, just the graveyard late night shift. And then from there, I transferred to the narcotics unit. We call it MCS, Narcotics Marietta Cobb Smyrna. It's a multi-jurisdictional county level narcotics unit in Cobb County. I was in an undercover capacity back then when I was younger, and spent about a year and 9 months there. And so that time frame was 2012 to 2014. In 2014, I was pulled and transferred to the Crimes Against Persons Division. And I worked initially, it was kind of split, robbery and homicide within Crimes Against Persons. It later got combined all in one. But I came up under homicide and worked there for about 6 years to end out my 6.5 years. And the last kind of year and a half, 2018, 2019, somewhere around there, I was deputized as a task force officer with the ATF, meaning I was a local, but sworn in federally to be able to make federal cases as well while being assigned to the Crimes Against Persons unit. And that's kind of what segued to the full-time position at ATF as a special agent.
So he's a
Now,
part of
while you
Homeland
were
Security.
at Cobb County, did you work in any other capacities?
So I have I was in the military reserves at the same time, yes.
And in the military reserve, what was your role with the military reserve?
Okay, so starting off kind of 2003 to 2007, I graduated high school and enlisted in the United States Marine Corps on active duty. So I served on active duty in the Marines. My primary job was a machine gunner. I had a secondary MOS or job as a Marine security guard. I was stationed at Camp David, the presidential retreat, basically doing security there for my whole enlistment. In 2007 is when I got off active duty, and that's when I went to Cobb County Police Department. But after the Cobb County Police Department, I re-obligated to a Marine Corps unit in the reserves, which I had a different job, had to go to another training, and I became an ammunition technician. So basically the housing, classification, storage of ammunition, small arms ammunition for the Marine Corps. And then
He worked in the gun
I
room.
transferred from the Marine Corps Reserves to the Air Force Reserves here at Dobbins Air Force Base. And my job changed again to just, they call it security forces. It's different than Marine Corps security forces, but it's basically military police. So I changed my job in the Air Force to be military police. And then from 2010 to 2015, I did that. And then 2015, I left military police security forces and went to the Office of Special Investigation for the Air Force. So what that is basically NCIS, everyone's seen the show, or Army CID. OSI is the Air Force's version of their felony level investigative service. So I'm still in Air Force OSI. So from 2015 to present date, that's what I do in the reserves. is just basically a special agent for the Air Force, is basically what it comes down to.
Now, I want to go back to your time at the Cobb County Police Department. Were you post-certified during your time at the Cobb County Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And specifically during your time where you were assigned to the Violent Crimes Unit, did you have or receive any type of training?
Yes, absolutely.
What type of training did you receive as being an investigator with the Violent Crimes Division?
So when I transferred to the Violent Crimes Unit, Crimes Against Persons, I went through basic level investigations, violent crime investigations, interviews and interrogations, search warrants, homicide investigations, advanced cell phone investigations, social media exploitation investigations. You name it, if there was training that involved violent crime, I pretty much went to the training. Cobb County Police sends us to the training. And then while I was at Crimes Against Persons, I also went to the federal criminal investigator training course for Air Force of Special Investigations for the Air Force. That's the Federal Law Enforcement Training Academy to be a criminal investigator. It's in Glencoe, Georgia. It's FLETC, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. So that's a whole nother criminal training course to become a federal investigator. So I did that while I was at Crimes Against Persons as well. So quite a bit of training.
I want to specifically now focus on two areas of training that you talked about: cell phone training and social media. So first, talking about training regarding cell phones. When we talk about training regarding cell phones, what type of training did you receive regarding cell phones?
So I went to two different courses that were specifically kind of geared or had a large training portion. One was an advanced cell phone training class. It was put on by Patsy, the Peace Officers Training Council. It's just a private company that hosts post-certification training classes. That was specifically for cell phones, reading CDRs, call detail records, cell phone exploitation for like search warrants on the actual device. They touched on geofence search warrants as well. Then I also went to the advanced homicide course. It as well touched on that. The FBI CAS team, the cellular analysis survey team, taught a portion of the advanced homicide course where they also taught the same thing: cell phone analysis, reading historical data, geofence search warrants, and kind of the same thing. And then, of course, like the basic investigator training courses also touch on that. At FLETC, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, they also touch on that. So that training is kind of continuous, but at least those two courses were specifically kind of geared towards those advanced kind of investigative techniques with cell phones.
And Agent Racy, you're kind of like me. You talk real fast.
Yes.
So I want you to slow it down a little bit.
Okay.
For me. Thank you. About how many hours of formal training did you have with cell phones?
So formal training, specifically geared towards it, I'd say probably 80 hours because it's two training classes, two 40-hour training classes, I believe it was, give or take somewhere around there.
In addition to having classroom training, did you get any other training on how to read cell phone CDRs?
Yes, absolutely. So basically on the job training as well, senior detectives or analysts that we work with, kind of when you get a criminal case and you're a baby detective or baby investigator, you have a detective training officer that kind of walks you through learning your first cases. And so those first couple of like months when you're a detective, you're getting the search warrants, you're kind of cutting your teeth basically doing investigations. And so you would have the senior detective training you and showing you as well. So on the job training as well.
And did you have the occasion to get call detail records in the case that you were investigating while at Cobb County?
Yes.
And if you can give an estimation in about how many of your cases that you handled while in the Violent Crimes Unit did you receive call detail records for?
We get CDRs for the vast majority of violent crime investigations that we do in Cobb County. I can't say every single one, but certainly ones where we know a phone number, we can develop a phone number, we develop a suspect, and we have a criminal prosecution. It's kind of standard. If I turned in a case file without kind of getting a call detail record or getting a search warrant for that,
I'll stand as to form. You can rephrase.
Was it a requirement of you to get call detail records and majority of the cases that you handle?
you could call it a requirement. It was an expectation.
Okay. And with the call detail records that you've received, have you had the occasion to plot cell phone tower information based upon the call detail records that you received?
Absolutely.
Overrule, sir.
Yes.
Now, in Cobb County, outside of yourself as the investigator plotting call detail records, did you have any other individuals within the department that would also assist or handle plotting or analyzing of call detail records?
Yes.
Who were those individuals?
So we had crime analysts that had access to basically other tools, systems, computer programs that would help plot that data as well. We kind of changed companies that we had a lease with as a provider during my time there. But yes, we utilized two primary companies that I can recall.
And let me ask you this, when you were plotting records for yourself, what type of system would you use in order to plot the data?
So if I had the raw data and I was looking at it initially, I didn't use a computer program. I did it myself. So what I would do is look at, depends on the cell phone provider that we're discussing, but sometimes they come back as an Excel document with different columns and it would give you different information. Sometimes depending on the provider, it would come up not as a Word document, but kind of like a PDF, and it would give you the same data, but stylistically different on the return from that company. And so depending on which company you got, depending on how easy it was to plot the data. But I would just take on some of them, the latitude and longitude that was provided there for that cell tower and put it simply into Google. There's other websites as well, like Radius Drawer that you can drop it in, but you could simply put it in Google and hit go, enter, and then it'll take you to the latitude and longitude. And so you would get basically Google would show you where that cell tower was.
And I know we've been using the term plotting. What is plotting?
So that's just taking that data and again, putting it like on a map, utilizing Google or utilizing one of those systems like Radius Drawer or one of those computer programs. And then it would just basically place like pin drops. Like if you had a cell phone and you just dropped a pin, basically placing pins on the map, and plotting is just kind of placing those pins.
Now, you talked about the data analysts that were hired at Cobb County. Did you always utilize their services?
Yeah, we would. So I would basically do a rough plot it myself, and then I would formally send off either email or drop a disk off to one of the crime analysts and have them utilize one of the systems like CellHawk or PLX PinLink or whatever provider we had at that time. They would basically dump the data, drop it into that system and let the system process it for more formal plotting or drawing. But I would also do it myself.
And when you were at Cobb County at the Violent Crimes Unit, did you work a particular shift?
Yes.
What was that?
So initially I worked the evening shift. So the afternoon hours from about 1:30 till about 10 or 11 at night. Our hours changed later on, but then at the latter part, I worked day shift, but during this investigation, I was working the evening shift.
Now, you also talked about you received training on social media. Tell the jury briefly about your training that you received with social media.
Very similar. So on the job training, right? We all have social media. We all know how to search things on Facebook or Instagram or one of the social media platforms. So on the job training, but then also formal training from a post-certified instructor that basically teaches you the course covered, obviously seeing an open profile to how to actually get a search warrant and upload it in the different programs, because every provider has a different way to upload a search warrant. So from step 1 to step Z, or A to Z, just explain the whole process of how to get search warrants, what you're looking for, what kind of information you can get out of a search warrant or subpoena to those social media platforms, and just kind of covering everything, what they are, to how to exploit them in an investigation.
Okay. Now, while in the violent crimes unit, did you ever get any training as related to gangs?
Yes.
What type of training did you receive?
I think it was another 40-hour, or is it 3-day or 5-day gang training put on by our gang unit at Cobb County. And again, it's just a post-certified Georgia post course, and it was intro to gangs. So the national level gangs, like the well-known ones, the Bloods, the Crips, the GDs, to the hybrid gangs that we have in the metro Atlanta area, and then to the non-traditional gangs that exist as well, and then prison gangs that exist. So it just kind of covered a high level view of gangs, and then got more specific into the gangs that we're seeing in our area as well.
And while you were in the violent crime unit, let me be clear, were you assigned to the gang unit?
No, I was not.
Would gangs come up in your investigation by being a detective in the violent crimes unit?
Absolutely, without a doubt.
In addition to the formal 40-hour training, did you get any on-the-job training regarding gangs as you were an investigator in the violent crimes unit?
Absolutely.
What did that entail?
So when we would have basically a violent crime, a shooting, a murder, anything like that, at Cobb County, we kind of had, as a homicide detective, you had all the resources of the department at your beck and call. So if we needed a gang investigator, I would simply just call a gang investigator, and it was expected, and they would show up and immediately do what they can to assist. Same thing with other aspects, but if there was any indication that the crime from the initial response to the call that appeared to be gang motivated violence, or where the shooting happened possibly indicated to what type of violence it was, we would immediately reach out to our gang unit and basically utilize them as a resource to help us in the investigation.
Okay. Now, when you were assigned to the violent crimes unit, how were cases assigned to you as an investigator?
So there's a couple different ways. So if we're just sitting in the office and it's evening shift and a crime occurs, we had like a radio that scanned all the channels in Cobb County, and we would kind of hear if there was a violent crime that happened. And then the supervisor on duty, we would await a phone call from patrol to let us know, and a supervisor on duty would just pick a detective that was going to lead the case. They knew our caseloads. They knew who was kind of actively working something hot and heavy, or who kind of was in a lull, and they would pick based on that. Sometimes if you're the one that just simply answered the phone while you're sitting there and a patrol officer called to report something, well, you answer the phone, that's your call, and you investigate it. If we were off duty and you were the on-call detective, like you were the duty detective for that weekend or that, off shift hours, the calls would get filtered by a supervisor in our office. And then again, they would just call those on-call detectives and say, hey, we have a call out. You got to respond out and investigate. So there's a couple of different ways that it can come in.
I want to direct your attention to the morning of April 26, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to 3376 Peachtree Road, Atlanta, Georgia, which is also known as the Mandarin Hotel?
Yes.
And was that location in Fulton County?
It was in Fulton County.
Where did you respond from?
Home.
And do you know what time you got to the location?
I think it was like 4:30 in the morning. It was 4 something in the morning.
And as a Cobb County police officer, why did you respond to that location?
Basically, a call came in to Cobb County 911 initially. The victims of the incident traveled into Fulton County. Once at their final stop location, Atlanta police responded, and Atlanta police then also contacted Cobb County and reported that the incident happened in our jurisdiction. So then kind of the calls got initiated from there.
What, if any, information did you have prior to responding to the scene?
It was very limited. The supervisor on duty called me and basically said a tour bus was shot up. We knew that there was a celebrity on board. but it was on the interstate and there's basically no suspects, no real description other than a couple of vehicles. And we had, I think, a vehicle description at that time. But it was very limited information.
Once you got on scene, what did you find when you arrived at the hotel?
So when I arrived, there were 2 tour buses outside the hotel. And there were 2 people that were in the tour buses that were still there to speak with me.
And did you immediately speak with those individuals? Or did you speak with any law enforcement officers prior to talking to any potential witnesses?
I spoke with Uniform Patrol first, kind of same thing in Cobb County. When we respond out, you kind of get briefed by the Uniform Patrol, what's going on, what they know, do they have any additional facts or information? So I first spoke with, I think it was a sergeant with Atlanta Police that was on the scene, and then later, spoke with those 2 individuals who remained.
And who were the 2 individuals that remained that you spoke with?
Alvin Lewis, who was a bus driver for the lead bus, the first tour bus, and then a James Mulvey, who was kind of like a security guard / manager for Lil Wayne, Dwayne Carter.
And based on your conversations with them, not telling what they said, did you get more information to assist you in starting your investigation?
Yes.
What information did you receive that was helpful in your investigation?
That would be complication clause.
Your Honor, Director Court quick.
I'll overrule the objection.
So we had basically a limited description of a couple vehicles. One specifically was a white, it was thrown out there that could be a Corvette or sports car, but just a white vehicle that was the main offender vehicle. And there was a description of a couple other vehicles as well. I think one was like possibly a truck or SUV, and then just the other one was just like a car, like a third just car. I don't think that we actually had a description of it.
And you said that you learned there was celebrity on the bus. What celebrity was on the bus?
Overrule, sir.
So Lil Wayne would be his, I guess, performance or stage name. Dwayne Carter's his legal name. There was another smaller, I think, rapper who was also on board, but not going to be nearly as well known, at least to me. But yeah, those.
And through your investigation, you learned outside of Mr. Carter, were there other individuals on either the first bus or the second bus?
Yes.
Were you ever able to identify the other individuals outside of Mr. Carter, outside of Mr. Lewis, outside of Mr. Mobley that was on the bus?
Yes. So the Atlanta police sergeant basically had a piece of paper that he had names on, and he handed that to me.
Did that list of names have any identifying information outside of their names?
No.
Did it have any phone numbers?
No.
Did it have any addresses?
No.
Was it just the names?
It was just names.
Were any of those individuals outside so that you could speak with them when you arrived?
No.
About how long were you on the scene with them?
Oh, it would have been a couple of hours, I would say, maybe 2 hours if I had to guess, but.
During the course of those 2 hours, did any of those individuals on that list outside of Mr. Mobley and Mr. Lewis come to speak with you?
No.
At any point during your investigation, were you ever able to speak with any of those individuals?
I think I briefly spoke with one. No, I mean, nothing substantive. I think we might have spoke with one person on the phone that basically said they
Don't
didn't.
tell me what they said.
Okay.
So you spoke with one person.
Maybe one person.
And to be clear, was it that night or the one April 26th or sometime?
Sometime later.
And again, don't tell me anything that you said. Was there anything that provided you any evidentiary value from that conversation?
No evidentiary value, no.
Now, while you were on scene, what did you do as part of your investigation?
So again, interviewed the people that were involved, looked at the tour buses. A crime scene tech responded out with me. I requested a crime scene tech. I discussed what we had with that crime scene tech. She photographed the scene for me while I was standing there. We were able to walk on, Alvin Lewis gave us permission to walk on his tour bus. So we were able to view the damage on his tour bus and collect some physical evidence from his tour bus.
Why did you have a crime scene technician come out to the scene?
Just to,
Sure. Why did you have a crime scene tech come out to the scene?
I wanted formal photographs taken and I wanted evidence collected in the best manner that could possibly be taken and collected.
And you said that Mr. Lewis allowed you on his bus. Were you ever allowed to go into the interior of the other bus?
No.
And your crime scene tech, when they arrived on scene, were they able to take pictures?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what had been previously marked and admitted. A few exhibits. First, looking at exhibit 40E, is this one of the pictures that the crime scene tech took while there that morning?
Yes.
And do you recall if this was the first or the second bus?
I think this is going to be the second bus.
Looking at 40E, do you have certain types of pictures that you want to take or that you want the crime scene tech to take while she's out there?
Yes. So first, crime scene tech or detective is going to take overall photos and then basically move their way in. So overall, medium, close up photos.
Why is that?
I mean, you're just trying to be able to provide the totality of what happened and then also get detailed photos of kind of what happened. So just getting a perspective of from outward to inward, kind of where you're going and what you're looking at.
Okay. We're going to look at 41E and 42E. Is that same concept of having the outward pictures first before you go into more detail?
Correct.
Looking at 43E, what was significant for you as an investigator for the crime scene tech to capture when we're looking at 43E?
We're starting to look at defects from presumably projectiles.
All right, and are those two defects that you were focused on?
Yes.
All right, looking at 44E. What is 44E?
Again, that's going to be a defect from a projectile.
Is that a close-up of what we saw in 43?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the purpose of taking this close-up?
I mean, it's to show us the damage. And depending on the type of material that has the defect, you can tell which direction the projectile is going based off of pattern of movement. So we're always going to take close-up photos to try to capture as much detail as possible.
And in your experience, could you tell the direction of travel, and we'll go back to 43E, of these two defects that you see here?
Sure. So, I mean, if you want to go in detail, the bottom one is kind of more angled than versus straight on. So if we took like a guide rod, we could probably put it actually in that hole, and that would actually show us the trajectory of that bullet. But that looks like it's a projectile. It looks like that's more kind of at an angle. This one kind of gets a little bit more head on.
When you say this one, which you can circle.
Oh, okay.
Go to the bottom left.
Sure. Oh,
This should be a pen.
okay.
Okay, now when you first said this one, which one are you referring to?
So this one is the bottom one that kind of has a more left to right kind of linear pattern. So we could probably stick a guide rod if we could in there and be able to see the kind of the trajectory of where that projectile came. And again, this top one doesn't have that same left to right or right to left kind of motion. So that angle of impact likely changed versus this one.
And you talked about the guide rods. Did you put any guide rods or do anything with guide rods as it relates to this, these two buses on the morning of April 26th?
No, we did not.
Any reason why?
I mean, usually what you're trying to determine with guide rods is kind of the angle that shots were fired. So maybe if the crime scene was in a smaller vehicle and we're trying to see where the offenders were standing in relation to the overall crime scene, that could be beneficial, or if everything occurred in a small room or small vehicle. But on this is the interstate. I have no idea where the shooting even started. I have no idea where the shooting occurred. So getting a guide rod showing us the angle is going to have limited probative value for me as an investigator. At this point in time, we know what we know. Projectiles were shot at the tour bus. The angles kind of really don't matter to me that much from at least initially on scene right here.
We're gonna go to 44E. Sorry, 45E. What was significant for you in when we're looking at 45?
Again, it's just another defect.
And are these different from what we saw before?
Yes.
And looking at 47E? Again, was that the same reason why you had the quantum tech take these pictures?
Correct, yes.
As well.
Mhm.
Moving to 49E. Is that again for the same reason?
Yes.
And 51E? Is that again for the same reason?
Yes.
All right. Now, with all of the ones that we just saw, are these all different defects on the bus?
Yes.
Now I want to look at Stacy Exhibit 59. I'm looking at Stacy Exhibit 59E and 60E. What is depicted in 59E and 60?
So that's going to be a projectile that's kind of flattened out from hitting the surface.
And where was that projectile found?
That's going to be inside of a bus.
Inside of the passenger car people were sitting, inside of the bottom of the bus, or somewhere else?
I believe this one, if this is, it's going to still be on that first bus. This is going to be on the bottom kind of luggage compartment area of the bus.
Now looking at Stacy Exhibit 67E. What was significant about looking at 67?
Okay, so this is going to be the rear of the bus, and this is going to be, obviously we're seeing, the state tag, and we're seeing the name of the bus, but we're going to start seeing some defects here, as we can see.
And is this the same bus that we looked at previously, or this is the secondary?
This is
the other bus?
This is going to be the other bus, the lead bus. So this is, in reality, it's the first bus that was driving in the caravan.
Now looking at 68E and 69E. What was the significance of those two?
So this is going to be like the backside, like where kind of like the radiator is of the bus. The engine's actually in the back of the bus for this tour coach bus, and so that's kind of like into the engine radiator kind of area of the bus, and we can see the damage kind of like in the middle center bottom. We see there's a hole in the radiator or the rails there.
Looking at 71E and 74E. What was the significance of you as an investigator taking those two pictures?
Sir. I'll overrule the objection.
This is going to be another projectile strike, and this is the driver's rear mirror at like the driver's driving would be to the driver's left of the first bus, Alvin Lewis's bus.
And we're going to move to 82 and 83.
So I'm gonna overrule myself I'm gonna sustain this objection. We have had testimony about this already, so.
Okay.
We'll move on to something else.
Sure. If we can go to '89E. Look at '89E. Is that a projectile inside of '89?
I have a message on mine, so it's kind of blocking it.
Do you see the item that's on the?
Yes, that's a projectile.
Was that projectile collected in addition to the ones found in the luggage compartment?
Yes.
The one in the luggage compartment, how did you find the one in the luggage compartment?
You just open up the little door that's there.
And did you collect those two items?
Yes, we did.
In addition to those items, did you receive any other projectiles?
Yes.
How many additional projectiles did you receive?
2 additional.
When did you get the first additional projectile that you received?
It was like the following day, or I think it was like maybe the 28th. So like a day or 2 after the incident occurred.
And from whom did you get it from?
Mr. Alvin Lewis provided it to Investigator Dennis, and Investigator Dennis provided it directly to me.
And then the fourth projectile that you received, from whom did you receive it from?
Pioneer Coach, the actual tour bus company themselves.
And how long after did you receive that fourth projectile?
It was more than a week after. So
And did you place those projectiles into evidence?
yes.
You're on permission to approach?
Yes, ma'am. You've already shown that to the defense counsel?
I believe they've seen them before. I believe they've seen it previously, but I'm going to show it to them again.
Okay.
May I approach Your Honor?
You may now.
I'm going to show you what the mark says here, 130E, 131E, and 132E.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me if you recognize this here, 130E, 131E, echo, and 132.
I do recognize them.
And how do you recognize, first let's start with taking exhibit 130 echo.
So it's marked with our evidence units labels that we have on there. My name's on that label. And then I could see the crime scene tech who responded out there to the scene with me, her date and time of collection.
And would she have collected it while in your presence?
Absolutely.
All right. It would have been in your direction.
Yes.
Now looking at exhibit 131 echo, how do you recognize exhibit 131 echo?
The same. It has a Cobb County Police evidence label. It has my name on it. It has the crime scene tech's initials and her date and time of collection as well.
And 131 echo, do you know if that's the one that you received from Mr. Lewis or from Mr. Detective Dennis?
Correct. Yes.
And did he bring it to you?
Yes.
And did you then give it to your crime scene tech?
That's correct.
All right. And now looking at exhibit 132 echo, how do you recognize 132 echo?
So this one has my handwriting and my initials on it, but the same as the previous one. It has the Cobb County Police evidence label. It has my name on it, the case number, just same information as the others.
And looking at those three exhibits, does it appear to have been open or still sealed in the form that you saw back in 2015?
Yes, so it has the Cobb County Police labels or evidence tape with initials, and then it has the GBI Crime Labs label and then initials on it as well.
You're right, this time the state like the Tennessee exhibit 130, echo 131, echo 132, echo.
Sure. Any objections to states 130, 131, or 132 echo?
Your Honor, just 130 and 131 and 132, I object to the envelopes, there's writing on the envelopes, if you could take that up. And then 132E, I don't believe there's been a chain of custody.
May I see him, please? Here you go, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any further objections, Mr. Steele? No. All right, I'm gonna overrule your objections, sir.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Can you start with Stacey with a 130 echo? If you can open up Stacey with 130 echo.
Okay. Would you like me to open the interior?
Yeah, so first, let's start with the first item. What is contained in this first item?
Okay, so this one is going to be,
It's gonna be 130, we'll make it echo alpha, it's echo beta. I think it's, sorry, Bravo. So first, we're gonna look at one echo alpha.
okay, so this first one that you handed me is the projectile that was collected from the interior of bus number 1. So Alvin Lewis is the lead bus.
And you can open that first, 130 echo alpha.
Yes, from the kitchen cabinet, yes.
And if you could just hold it up. And would that be the same one that says Stacey's at 89?
Yes, it appears to be the same one.
Now we can open up 130 echo Bravo. And we're the 130 echo Bravo.
So this is that one that came from the luggage area of bus number 2, which we showed it first, but it comes from the luggage area of bus number 2, and it's that smushed one.
All right, and now you can put a, open up 131. And looking at the copy, you open up that, where, is this the one that came from Dennis?
Correct.
And do you know where on the bus it came from?
This is going to be the one, the radiator. I believe it came out of that Alvin Lewis found. Oops.
Thank you. And then Stacey give it 132.
Sticker.
No. And then 132.
trying not to cut over another seal. Cut it open as well. Okay.
And then, again, how did you receive this exhibit in 132 Echo?
From Pioneer Coach.
All right. Now, going back to the crime scene, once you had the crime scene tech take the pictures, you spoke with the APB officers, and you spoke with Mr. Lewis and Mr. Mulvey, did you do anything else in that early morning hours as it relates to your investigation?
I don't think so. I think we just spoke with Uniform Patrol, those two witnesses, victims, and then photographed the scene. And I returned to Cobb County Police Headquarters. And then, of course, we placed into evidence and then sent out our necessary notifications that were required to do so.
And what you put in evidence were the first two projectiles that you had from the cover from the sorry, sure. Were the two projectiles you put in evidence, the projectile from the cabinet and the projectile from the luggage?
Yes.
I stand.
Should I rephrase it, Your Honor?
You should rephrase it.
I'll waive the objection.
Okay, all right.
Now, during your investigation, did you ever obtain the Cobb County 911 call and CAD report in this case?
Yes.
For the CAD report, are you familiar with the CAD report?
Yes.
And what is a CAD report?
So it's a computer aided dispatch or automated aided dispatch.
And are you familiar with how the call automated dispatch works?
Yes.
Is the CAD report, is it often called the CAD report?
Yes, we refer to as CAD, just common speak. Yes.
Is the CAD kept in a regular ordinary course of business with the Cobb County Communication Center?
Yes.
And with the CAD, is it generated at or near the time of the call in which it reflects?
It's contemporaneous. It's while the call comes in, it's CAD's being generated.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to see the CAD as it relates to this investigation involving April 26, 2015?
Yes.
You're on permission to approach? And,
Shown that to the defense counsel already.
yes, or they've had it previously, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm showing you Resident Market 6 Exhibit 1E. Tell me if you recognize Exhibit 1E.
I do.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 1E?
Because it's giving the location of the incident, and it's also giving the caller who called in, and I just recognize it because it's part of my case file and the date and the time, etc.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the CAD for this incident of the morning of April 26, 2015?
Yes.
Does it appear to have any additions or deletions?
No.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender 6 Exhibit 1E into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
Basis.
It's not the proper witness for foundation purposes, plus its confrontation clause and hearsay.
We'll sustain the objection.
Let me ask you this. Do you know approximately what time the call from Mr. Lewis came in?
Yes. So it would help us at least rule him out as a suspect or rule him in as a suspect.
And did you ever receive his records?
Yes.
Sure.
You may approach now.
I'm going to show you two documents. I'm going to show you what's marked associated with 133A, 133 Echo, 133 Echo Alpha, 133 Echo Beta, and 133 Echo Charlie. And I think I should have said Bravo.
Bravo. Yes, ma'am.
If you could take a moment and look at those and tell me if you recognize
Yes, I do recognize them.
First, starting with 133 Echo. How do you recognize exhibit 133 Echo?
This is just a business record certification that we request cell phone providers to give us when we send off a legal compliance search warrant subpoena to a provider.
Now looking at 133 Echo Alpha.
Echo Alpha.
Yes.
Yep.
What is 133 Echo Alpha?
So this is a disc that contains the cell phone records, so the records that we're talking about, and my initials are on it in today's date.
And have you had the opportunity to review that CD to make sure it contains the records that you received back in 2015?
Yes,
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the records that you received back in 2015 as it relates to this case?
it does.
All right, now looking at 133 Echo Charlie. Oh, excuse me, Echo Beta, I apologize.
Bravo.
Bravo.
Yes.
What is 133 Echo Bravo?
So this is basically kind of like the subscriber information page, and just some information from Sprint. But yeah, mostly subscriber information and data about the device and the account that the legal process was on.
And then lastly, looking at 133 Echo Charlie.
Yes, this is just going to be an Excel document of one of the files that was provided to us by Sprint.
And looking at 133 Echo Charlie, does it have some highlights on 133 Echo Charlie?
It does.
And is that, when you initially receive the data from Sprint, does the initial data have any highlights on it?
No, that doesn't.
Is 133 Echo Charlie a demonstrative of what contained on 130 Echo Alpha?
Yes.
You're right, this time the state would like to attend the first state exhibit 133 Echo, 133 Echo Alpha, 133 Echo Bravo, as evidence in this case.
Council's any objection to states 133 Echo, Echo Alpha, or Echo Bravo?
I don't object to the records or on the CD. I do object to the authentication from another person just the authentication, that would be under continued witness, and the demonstrative, going back to the jury, under continued witness.
All right, first, we have a certification.
We do have it.
All right, I'm gonna overrule your objection.
I have not done 130 Echo Charlie yet.
Yeah, so,
Your Honor,
okay.
some said I attend to 130 Echo Charlie as demonstrative evidence.
All right, any objection to states 133 Echo Charlie demonstrative?
I can't hear you.
When it becomes,
Oh, yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. Okay, all right. I'll admit that, states 133 Echo Charlie. Let me be published as you see fit.
Now, once you receive the records, and we're going to focus on 130 Echo Alpha, did you review those records?
Yes.
And after reviewing the records, did you find any information that assisted with your investigation?
Yes. Before we go on, Madam, I have it on good authority. We need to take it. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take 10 minutes and we'll go ahead and reconvene at that point in time. All rise. It's my dog. All right. Detective Racy, you may take your break at this point in time too, sir. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury is left us. You're welcome to take your comfort break. We're in recess.
All rise. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, as you can see, this retired detective, Racy, who's now an agent with the ATF, or Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, is giving testimony as it relates to the ammunition or slugs that was recovered from the tour bus related to the Lil Wayne shooting. Now, again, we're trying to see how this is going to be connected to Young Thug. We're trying to see how that connection will be put forth in this latest testimony. What I think might happen, and I'm only speculating, there may be some type of testimony as to the phone calls that Pee Wee Roscoe made right after the shooting, and who did he call? That's just a speculation on my part, because why else would the phone records be needed, particularly in this case with this witness, unless there's some type of correlation between what happened the night of the bus shooting and who was called before and after the shooting. And that's important. Who was called before and after the shooting, or who was called that evening leading up to the compound event. So we'll see where this goes, because that, if they can show some type of correlation that there was an association or communication right after the shooting and before, that may be a problem. We'll see. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the chat right now, just we'll take a quick roll call because we're on a comfort break. Who's in there? Who's in the chat right now on Instagram and or YouTube? We also are streaming this on Twitter, I believe. We'll see. Vandevere. What a great weekend we had. What a great weekend we have. Hopefully everyone had a great Mother's Day. We cut up this weekend. For those who know, we cut up this weekend. Um, I don't know, Vanderveer. I don't know if they have an updated case or not, Vanderveer. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. With that said, let me take my comfort break while everyone else is taking theirs. I will be in the courtroom today. Rest assured.
Is that what happens now? Yeah, the cell phone.
Be short a few.
Crowd, please come back. Yep, please, thank you. Can you text them or? All right, Sergeant Brown, do we have all our participants that we need? Okay. Yes. All right, okay. All right, council, if you all could gather your seats, please, and we'll go ahead and, go ahead and we have our witness, summon our jury.
It's 1:30, Charlie.
all due respect to the council.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ms. Hilton, before you continue, just to make it clear for purpose of the record, the court did admit, or did asked that I admit 133 Echo, 133 Echo Alpha, Echo Bravo, and Echo Charlie. I have admitted all those exhibits over objection. So just for purpose of record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you received those cell phone records, did you review them?
I did.
And after you reviewed those records, did you find any information that assisted in your investigation?
Yes.
What information did you find that assisted in your investigation?
Ingoing, outgoing calls and location information as well, location history.
All right. So let's first talk about the location history. Did you, when we talk about the location history, are you referencing plotting the calls?
That's correct.
And did you plot the calls yourself initially?
Yes.
And after you plotted the calls, did you give it to your analyst, as you talked about earlier, to plot as well?
Yes.
I stand objection.
Specifically as it relates to these calls, did your analyst plot these specific calls in addition to you?
Yes.
That's Mr. Steele reading. Yeah, and I'm gonna overrule the objection.
After your analyst specifically plotted these calls, did you have to amend anything that you did initially when you plotted the calls?
No.
Now let's talk about the calls you plotted. Do you remember all the calls that you plotted?
I mean, I don't have them memorized exactly, but I know I went to focused in on initially at least the time and date of the incident, particularly the location information or location history, cell site data for that specific time frame, just to see if Mr. Winfrey, his cell phone, at least, or the cell phone we associated with him, was in the area.
And the location that you plotted, did you put that in your report?
Yes.
We're looking at your report, help refresh your memory as to specifically which data points you plotted.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention to page 61 to 62.
You said page 61?
Yes.
Of which exhibit now?
Sorry, on Stacey's in the 171.
Yes, my report has the lat and the long, and the time in which the record shows that latitude and longitude for the specific cell towers.
And about how many plots did you plot initially when you did it yourself?
Oh, okay. If you don't mind. Okay. Roughly 11 cell tower locations with dates and times.
Now I want to start with the first plot. What was the time period that you plotted?
Basically before the shooting incident is what I was going for. I'd have to look at the exact time if you want the exact time.
Yes.
But what I was doing was before the shooting incident, during the time of the shooting incident, and then after the shooting incident is what I was looking for.
So would it help refresh your memory to look at the first plot to see the time that the initial plot that you did?
Yes, it would.
Okay. And what page are you looking for in 60? What page are you looking at in 60 170?
61. So it's going to be at 0038 hours, it appears, is my first plot. So it's like 12:38 in plain time, the 12-hour time versus the 24-hour time. 0038 is the 24-hour like military time.
All right. And was there a time frame that you looked at when this first plot, from 12:38 until when?
I have to look again, ma'am.
That's fine.
Okay.
Refresh your memory.
138. So it's 0138 if you go military.
And what day is this?
This is the 26th.
And what was the approximate, were you able to identify location?
Yes.
What was the location or the approximate area of the location that you identify as where this phone was at that time?
So the cell tower was in the area of Metropolitan Avenue, the Vault Studio, generally.
You said the Vault Studio?
Correct.
And in looking at the actual record, so State's Exhibit 133 Echo Charlie, are you able to determine, is he calling multiple phone numbers in this time frame or just one specific number?
I'd have to look, ma'am.
And we're looking at 133 Echo Charlie, help you to answer that question?
It would.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It looks like it's primarily calling one other number, but there's another number in there, but the vast majority of calls are to one number, is what it appears to be.
What's the one number?
It ends in 1990. I'd have to look again and refresh my memory for the full, like 9-digit phone number.
That's in evidence, so you can read from it.
Okay.
So what's the phone number?
404-583-1990.
And what's the other number that he's calling?
So the one other number, it appears to be a 702-626-8730.
But the primary number is the 1990?
That's correct.
I'll overrule the objection.
Okay. What is the second time frame that you plotted?
Can I refer to my report?
You sure can.
Okay, 0201, so 201, and then 0308, I believe, or 04.
Sure, I'm not writing this right. When did this 201 end?
So 201 to 304.
Is it still on the on the morning of 426?
That's correct.
Where was the area that it plotted generally, like the address? Where was the address area that it plotted to generally?
Generally, the cell tower is in the area of Brady Avenue, so club compound.
During this time period, is he calling multiple numbers or is there a primary number? What is he calling?
Can I look at the records?
You can.
Okay. So he's calling multiple numbers, but I'd say half are that same 1990 phone number that we're dealing with. And there's, looks like some other phone numbers mixed in as well.
What's the third area that you plotted? What's the time frame there?
Can I look at my report?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Right.
To make sure I'm right. So it's 0307, so 307 to 308, so a 1 minute time frame,
Still on 426.
correct?
What's the general area address wise?
It's generally a cell tower in the area of Atlanta Road and 285 kind of area. So it's kind of like basically getting away from Brady Avenue, the club compound, going towards 285.
And as far as what phone number is he calling?
May I refer?
Yes.
Okay. You said I could read from this because it's in evidence?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a couple phone numbers, short duration calls. Would you like me to read them?
Are they all the same number or multiple different numbers?
It appears there's different numbers. Looks like there's 3 numbers is what it's going to be from that 0307 to 0308. It looks like 3 phone numbers are contacted during that time period.
What are the 3 phone numbers?
The first one is 404-579-2614.
What's the second one?
770-710-4466.
What's the third number?
404-583-1990.
Is that the same 1990 as you talked about earlier?
That's correct.
And this Atlanta Road and I-285, based on your investigation, that route that the bus was taking to get back to their hotel.
That's correct.
What is the plot that you do after that?
May I refer to my report?
Yes.
Okay, so it looks like one at 0310, so 3:10 a.m.
Still on 426.
Correct.
Okay. Where's that? Where's the general area that call is?
So the cell tower is located at 285 in Atlanta Road. So just the other one was Atlanta Road near 285. This one is a little bit more towards the intersection, 285 and Atlanta Road.
And is this in Cobb County?
We're in Cobb County now.
Okay. And do we have any phone numbers? What are the numbers that he's calling at that time?
I'll refer to my call detail records.
You're not as it relates to 310.
I'll rule the objection.
So the phone call is a phone call that goes from 308 to 310, and that phone number is the 404-583-1990.
So it's that same 1990.
Same 1990.
Now, what is the next area, or excuse me, time that you plotted?
May I refer to my report? All right, we're getting this. So 3:14 hours is what it appears to be.
Now, looking at your report, did you have the location of that call?
No, it looks like I didn't put the location.
Do you know where that is sitting here today?
Yes.
Okay. Still 426?
Yes,
All right. What is the general area of that call?
that's gonna be on 285. That one's like, if I recall from when I plotted it, I think it was on the north side of 285, right there, 285 between Atlanta Road and 75. If my memory serves me.
Could you repeat that, sir, and speak up just a little bit for us?
Yes, sir. So what I said was that cell tower is in the area of 285. I believe from my memory was north of 285, so kind of in the Smyrna area, but it was between Atlanta Road and I-75.
And looking at the phone numbers, what, is he calling multiple, is the phone calling multiple phone numbers or one number based upon the record?
So at 314, he's 314 specifically, 314 to 315, he's calling one number.
What number is it?
It's going to be that same 1990. So the 404-583-1990.
All right, what's the next area?
Refer to my report.
Yes, you can.
Okay. So at 0317 hours, so like it looks like 0326, I believe. So we have a larger gap.
Where's that, what's the general area that that phone is, located?
So the way the cell towers, the cell records are for Sprint, it gives a first tower and ending tower. So when the call's placed, you get the first tower the cell phone connects to, and you get the cell tower where the call disconnects from. You do not get the middle cell towers from Sprint at that time. So we kind of have like a large movement is what we see. The first cell tower is in the area of I-75, heading, well, without giving a direction, because the records don't tell me the direction, but it's I-75 into Atlanta, around the area, kind of like of the, I guess, I'm trying to think of the roads, and I haven't been in Atlanta in years. But just south of Cobb County, past Chattahoochee, kind of entering Fulton County, generally that area is where the cell tower is.
So the first cell tower is in I-7, off of I-75.
Basis, sir. I'm sorry? Basis? All rules, sir.
So for clarification.
Yes.
For I-7, for the first cell tower, is the cell tower on I-75, is it in Fulton or in Cobb County, roughly?
I believe it's in Fulton County, if my memory serves me correctly. It's in Fulton County.
Where does that call and where's that tower?
It's down south towards Brady Avenue. I'm sorry, not Brady Avenue. I'm sorry, Metropolitan Avenue, I believe is what I have in my report.
So the ending is at near Metropolitan Avenue.
That's correct, yes. I'm sorry, I was refreshing my memory.
And for the Metropolitan Avenue portion, was it that same area here as in the vault or somewhere else?
The same area, the vault, correct?
And what phone number is the phone connecting to for this time period?
Okay, I'm gonna refresh my memory with the CDRs, if you don't mind. So 317. .317 to 326, we have multiple cell phone numbers that it's connecting with.
Okay, so is this one call? I thought this was the first and the last call.
So give me 1 second, I'm sorry. So we have, basically what occurs is when it's on the same towers, it zeroes out below where it has the cell tower. So it looks like it's going to be on the same pattern of cell towers. I'm sorry. Yes, this is going to be one phone call. I'm sorry, I was misreading it. This is one phone call for 535 seconds duration, and it's to one phone number.
And what's that phone number?
504-319-2920.
Is it 2920?
That's correct.
Does it make any other calls after this call at 317?
So what we're seeing is there's a few like routed calls, like maybe it was a three-way call or call 40 kind of deal. But yes, so after 326, we do have some more phone calls, yes.
Okay. Let's go back to after the 317 call that you plotted. What's the next call that you plotted?
Okay. So at 0334 and 0335, so a 1 minute time frame, 334 and 335.
And again, both of these are still on 426.
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, were all these in 2015?
They're 2015.
Where is this call located?
So the cell tower for that call is the Mandarin Oriental Hotel,
So then the area of Peachtree Road?
Peachtree Road, Atlanta.
And is there a specific number he's calling? Excuse me, is there a specific number that this phone is calling?
Yes, at 0334. Give me 1 moment. So that number is 678-382-9019.
To 9019?
Correct.
Do you plot anything else after 335?
Yes.
What time is that?
0358 to 0426, it looked like. I'm sorry, it's 427, I believe. I'd have to look again, but it's 427.
You want to look?
It's 427. That's spoken correctly.
And is it the same date?
Correct.
Where's the area that this phone is paying to?
Metropolitan Avenue, the vault.
And what's the phone number?
So that specific one from 0358 to 0, well, I'm sorry. It looks like there's two phone calls there during that time period. 0358, there's one to a 718-791-8682. That phone call goes from 0358 to 0407. And then there's another one at the 0427, and that's a short duration call. But that one is going to be to 404-632-7080. And
632, what's the number?
yep, I'm sorry. 404-632-7080. And when I say two, I'm not saying who's actually initiating the call and who's receiving the call. I'm just speaking generally about who connected to who.
Okay.
For clarification.
And did you plot anything else after the 358 to 427 time frame?
No, I think I completed my plotting at that point in time for that specific phone number.
Okay, so I know earlier you said 11, but was it about 8 calls that you plotted?
That's correct. There's multiple plots, but that's the time frame. Yes.
And when you say there's multiple plots, what do you mean?
So I plotted different Latin longs, but that consists of the movement. That's the total body of movement. But I plotted a couple more phone calls or information.
All right. And so starting about 12:30 in the morning, start at the vault, and then do they end at the vault?
Basis, sir.
Summary question.
I'll sustain the objection, sir.
And did you plot anything after this last one here?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection on other grounds. You rephrase that. Vague.
Okay. Was this last call before something? For this particular portion, was that the last call that you plotted when you received the records?
Objection asked and answered.
Overrule, sir.
That is the last set of phone calls for that phone number at that period of time I was plotting. Yes.
Now, you said that in addition to plotting calls, you also looked at identify certain phone numbers.
Correct.
What stood out to you about these phone numbers that you identified?
So the timing in which the phone calls took place, but then also I was looking at the frequency in which numbers kept reoccurring or reappearing in the records.
And about how many calls did you phone numbers did you identify as notable to you?
I think there was maybe 8. There was 6 to 8 phone numbers that kind of stood out as like multiple repeat callers and specific to the time frame, somewhere around there.
Did you put those phone numbers, identify those numbers in your police report?
I would have, yes.
We're looking at your police report, refresh your memory.
Sure, certainly.
1, how many? 2, what the phone numbers are?
Yes. May I look?
Yes.
Okay. You wouldn't happen to have a page to direct me to?
Page 60.
Okay, so there were 7. And then the numbers, I'm gonna have to refresh my memory for 7 phone numbers.
Okay, that's fine. What's the first number?
May I look at my report?
Yes.
Okay. 678-382-9019.
What's the second?
I'm gonna have to look and memorize that one real quick.
Yes.
470. I'm gonna have to look because I'm trying to do this memorization game. 257. 4889.
What's the third one?
404. 579. 2614.
2614.
You got it.
What's the next one?
770. 710. 4466. 404. 583. 1990. 504. 319. 2920. 404. 578. 9444.
Is that the last one?
That is.
Okay. Now, after identifying these phone numbers, what, if anything, did you do with these phone numbers?
So first, just the easiest in most straightforward way is we have some search systems that use kind of like publicly available information. We call them like TLO. It's ran by TransUnion. So it's kind of like the credit providers. Like if you open up a cell phone in your name, you buy property in your name, you register, whatever, they're pulling data from multiple sources. They're kind of aggregating it in one location. Police departments pay for that service. So there's competitors. We have multiple ones, Clear, Accurate. They're basically all the same thing. So just doing a search through that can give you potential leads. Searching police databases, such as like our records management systems, whether it's Cobb's or giving it to Atlanta, that could provide us with people who've listed that phone number in an accident report or an incident report. Doing a simple Google search on a phone number can sometimes yield who the owner of the phone is. And then beyond that, we can get legal process such as a subpoena or search warrant on the phone numbers to try to get actual subscriber data from the providers.
And did you get search warrants for any of these phone numbers listed on the board?
For some of the phone numbers, not all the phone numbers.
What phone number did you not get a search warrant for?
The one ending with 9444.
And why didn't you get a search warrant for that number?
I identified it as an attorney's phone number.
Now, for the other numbers, did you get search warrants for all the other numbers?
I don't know for all of those. I did subpoenas for some, and I know I did subpoenas and search warrants for others. But depending on how much information I could deem relevant, and then what I felt that I had, I could articulate probable cause and articulate an investigative need for, then I
can ask a better question.
I'll sustain the objection, sir.
Did you get call detail records for all phone numbers except for the 94444?
I don't know if I did get call detail records for all of them.
Let me ask you specifically, did you get call detail records for the number ending in 1990?
Yes.
What about 2920?
Yes.
Except for 944, no, right?
No.
Were you able to get records back for the number ending in 1990 and the number ending in 2920?
Yes.
All right. Permission to approach?
You may, madam.
Same one. 2920. Just 2 years.
They're both records, so this one had additional records. I'm gonna show you what's been first one, 6 exhibit 134 Echo, 134 Echo Alpha, and 134 Echo Bravo. And then 135 Echo, 135 Echo Alpha, 135 Echo Bravo, and 135 Echo Charlie. And tell me if you recognize. First start with 6 exhibit 134 Echo. You recognize 6 exhibit 134 Echo?
I do.
And how do you recognize 6 exhibit 134 Echo?
So this is the business record cert and then the subscriber information. So 134E is the business record cert. 134 Echo Alpha is going to be the disc. I reviewed it this morning. My initials are on it with the date. And then 134 Echo Bravo is going to be the subscriber information provided by AT&T.
And looking at this, exhibit 134 Echo, Echo Alpha, and Echo Bravo, do they appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the records that you received back in 2015?
Yes.
Around this time, I say like 260, 134 Echo, 134 Echo Alpha, 134 Echo Bravo into evidence.
Any objection to states 134 Echo, 134 Echo Alpha, or Echo Bravo? Anyone? Okay. They're admitted, maybe published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now look at State's Exhibit 135 Echo. If you can look at Echo, 135 Echo, 135 Echo Alpha, 135 Echo Bravo, and 135 Echo Charlie, do you recognize those items?
Yes.
Okay, first starting with 135 Echo. What is 135 Echo?
That's going to be a business record certification from Sprint.
And for what phone number? I'm so sorry.
That's going to be the 504-319-2920.
And 135 Echo Alpha. What is 135 Echo Alpha?
It's going to be a disc with the returns from the provider.
And did you have an opportunity to review those today?
I did.
Did they appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of what you received back in 2015?
Yes.
All right. And 135 Echo Bravo.
So this is going to be the response from Sprint with kind of subscriber data, subscriber information.
And does that appear to be what you received back in 2015?
It does.
And then last, State's Exhibit 135 Echo Charlie. Do you recognize the content on State's Exhibit 135 Echo Charlie?
Yes, so that's going to be another disc with response data.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time to say like tender State's Exhibit 135 Echo, 135 Echo Alpha, 135 Echo Bravo, and 135 Echo Charlie.
Any objection to states 135 Echo, Echo Alpha, Echo Bravo, or Echo Charlie?
Only on the certification again for the continuing.
That's later, Mr. Steele. I'll go ahead and admit them. So states 135 Echo, Echo Alpha, Echo Bravo, and Echo Charlie to be admitted and maybe published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to first start with State's Exhibit 134 Echo. Who was the cell phone provider?
AT&T.
And on 134 Echo Bravo, what is the Exhibit 134 Echo Bravo?
It's the subscriber information.
And what's generally contained in the subscriber information?
Like the account name, the account holder, like who's going to be the registered user, Sometimes there's a contact phone number or email address associated with that person, an address, and then just kind of sometimes you'll get information about what actually device, like the cell phone, like the IMEI, or some of the, like it's an Apple iPhone, or if it's a Android or Samsung, you'll get some of that information back as well sometimes.
Okay. And for the phone number ending in 1990, who was the subscriber?
So the first name listed is YSL Enterprises.
And did it have a name associated with the YSL Enterprises?
There was a contact name listed, yes.
Who was the contact name?
Amina Diop, Amina Diop, Diop.
And was there a registered location for this phone number?
Yes, there's an address.
Where's the address?
1188 Magnolia Way, Southeast Smyrna, Georgia.
Can you give me the numerical number?
Yep, I got you. 1188
Is it Magnolia Way?
Magnolia Way, Southeast. Smyrna.
And so this 1990 number came back to YSL Enterprises. Is that the same phone number that we talked about? The phone number belonging to Jimmy Winfrey contacting the night in the morning of the shooting.
Correct.
And I believe I asked this, but if I didn't, the number that you plotted, did those records come back to Jimmy Winfrey? Was the subscriber on those records Jimmy Winfrey?
You did not ask, and yes, the numbers for the 3383 phone number, the subscriber name on it was Jimmy Winfrey and had his address associated with his aunt in Atlanta.
And if you could look back at 6 Exhibit.
His records?
Yes. What's the phone number again?
Ooh, make sure this is right. Yep. So it's 404-664-3383.
And who was the provider?
That was Sprint on that one.
And that came back to Jimmy Winfrey.
That's correct. Jimmy Winfrey. Do you want the address? No. Okay.
And we're gonna put up this Exhibit 135, Echo Bravo.
135 Echo Bravo.
And is this what you were just reading from?
134 Echo
Excuse me,
Bravo.
I said 135, I apologize. 134 Echo Bravo.
134 Echo Bravo. Yes, that's what I was reading from.
All right. Now let's look at 135 Echo exhibits.
Yes.
Now first, looking at State's Exhibit 135 Echo Bravo, what is the phone number for State's Exhibit 135 Echo Bravo?
So it's going to be the 504-319-2920.
And in Echo Bravo, does it provide who was the subscriber?
Yes. So the subscriber of the 2920 is Cash Money.
And did it have a person's name associated with this account?
So through some of the records, we did recover a name that was associated with it.
And what was that name?
Brian Williams.
And in your investigation, did you learn of a Brian Williams?
Yes,
Did Brian Williams have a nickname?
he did.
What was that?
Birdman.
And is this 504-319-2920 the same number that makes contact with the Jimmy Winfrey phone number at 317 to 326 on April 26, 2015?
That's correct. That after the time of the shooting at 317, that number calls Jimmy Winfrey's phone number.
And again, what time did the 911 call come in?
314 is when the 911 call comes in.
Okay. And then, so 911 call comes at 314. Is there also a call at 314 to that YSL phone number?
That is correct.
Now, with any of these phone numbers, do you know who's actually holding the phone in their hand?
No.
What is the information that you do know?
We have information who the subscriber is provided from the cell phone provider. And then we also have whatever other information, circumstantial or direct, from the investigation that informs us who's in possession of the phones.
Okay. And on the subscriber information for the phone number ending 2920, so 135 Echo Bravo, did it have an address associated with the subscriber?
It did.
And what was the city and state of that?
Miami, Florida.
And through your investigation, did you learn if Brian Williams, also known as Birdman, lived in Miami, Florida?
Yes.
Did he live in Miami, Florida?
Yes.
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you ever learn if Jimmy Winfrey contacted that number ending in 2920 when he was in custody with the Cobb County, at the Cobb County Jail?
Yes.
Do you know how many times, standing here now, that he tried to contact that phone number while in custody?
I believe it was like 2 or 3 times. He requested to be like a 3-way phone call. I think at least one was unsuccessful, but I think 1 or 2, I think 2 others were successful based off the jail phone calls.
And in listening to, and I guess it's safe to say, did you listen to Jimmy Winfrey's phone calls while he was in custody?
I did.
And in listening to his phone calls, did Jimmy Winfrey ever confirm with anyone that he actually spoke with Birdman?
Yes, he does.
Now, in addition to these 2 numbers, did you receive any phone records for an individual by the name of Demikion Garlington?
Through the course of the investigation, I did, yes.
Okay. And how did you get those records?
Atlanta Police Investigator Gaither provided those to me.
And did you make those records as a part of your case file?
I did.
I'm gonna give you all of them, so you don't have to keep coming. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may not.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 136 Echo, 136 Echo Alpha, and 136 Echo Bravo. Tell me if you recognize this as 136 Echo, 136 Echo Alpha, and 136 Echo Bravo.
Yes, I recognize them.
Okay, and are those the numbers that were given to you by the records that were given to you by Detective Gaither?
That's correct.
And looking at Exhibit 136 Echo, what is 136 Echo?
So this is what we call a business record certification. They title it Declaration for Metro PCS Records, but it's a business record certification.
Okay, and then 136 Echo Alpha, what is 136 Echo Alpha?
That's going to be just the disk, which the response, the records were placed on.
And then 136 Echo Bravo.
It's going to be the subscriber records for Metro PCS T-Mobile.
Okay, Your Honor, this time state like States Exhibit 136 Echo, 136 Echo Alpha, and 136 Echo Bravo into evidence.
Any objection to 136 Echo, 136 Echo Alpha, or 136 Echo Bravo?
Your Honor, does not know where the certification came from. He got it from another individual, specifically former or retired Detective Gaither.
Can I see it? All of them, sir, or one in particular? On 136? Okay.
And Your Honor, I said the business record is self-authenticating pursuant to 9901, 24-9-901. And it's an exception to the hearsay rule.
Mr. Steele, I'm gonna overrule your objection. 136 Echo, 136 Echo Alpha, 136 Echo Bravo, maybe publishing.
Now, looking at 136 Echo, what is the phone number for this record?
They list it as a target number, but it's 678-353-9229.
And that number was not a part of this initial numbers. Do you recall why she gave that to you? I can ask a better question.
I'm gonna sustain the question.
Did you request these records from her?
Yes,
Okay, why?
the name came up in the investigation.
And if you could just repeat the number for me.
678-353-9229.
Now, who is a subscriber on this record?
So it's just listed simply as KYBE.
In your experience looking at phone records, have you seen occasions in which a phone number would not match who is actually the owner or the user of the phone?
Absolutely.
I sustain the question as to form.
You specifically asked Detective Gaither for Demekion Garland's phone number?
I'll sustain as to form. You can rephrase that.
As a part of your investigation, did you ask Investigator Gaither to provide you with a phone number specifically for Demekion Garland?
Yes.
And is this the phone records that she gave you as it relates to Demekion Garland?
Yes.
Is Demekion Garland the subscriber name on this record?
No.
Was it odd to you that Kai B was the subscriber and not Demekion Garland?
One other question.
I sustain the question, sir.
Have you seen previously in your experience that a person who might be associated with the phone number is not the subscriber?
Same question, just I objected to. Same objection.
I'll overrule the objection.
Can you ask it, please?
Sure. In your experience, have you seen where the person whose phone number it is not the same as a subscriber?
Yes, I have seen that.
Is that common when you look at phone records?
Basis.
Vague speculation, no foundation.
I'll sustain as to foundation.
How many phone records have you looked at over the course of your career?
It'd probably be impossible to say. It's into the hundreds of phone records I've looked at.
And in looking at the hundreds of phone records that you have reviewed over the course of your career, have you seen occasions in which the number associated with a person is not the same name as a subscriber?
Yes.
But you asked for Demekion Garlington, and this is the number you received.
Yes, and answer.
Overrule the objection, sir.
Yes.
Now, did you obtain cell phone records for phone number 404-823-8553?
Yes.
And what about for phone number 678-815-5790?
Yes.
Permission to approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
And I've shown these to defense counsel. First, looking at Stacy's exhibits 137 Echo, 137 Echo Alpha, and 137 Echo Bravo. Tell me if you recognize 137 Echo, 137 Echo Alpha, and 137 Echo Bravo.
I do.
And how do you recognize Stacy with 137 Echo 137 Echo Alpha, and 137.
So 137 Echo is going to be the business record certification. Echo Alpha, 137 Echo Alpha is going to be the disc that I reviewed this morning with my initials that has the data that came back from the provider. And then 137 Echo Bravo is going to be that subscriber information page for these records.
And does that appear to be a fair, accurate depiction or the results of the records that you received back in 2015?
Yes.
Right, this time say like the tender Stacy did it, 137 Echo, 137 Echo Alpha, 137 Echo Bravo.
Any objection to states 137 Echo, Echo Alpha, or Echo Bravo?
An objection made earlier, but also, continuing with it, which I believe we said is.
I'll take that up later. All right, I'm gonna overrule the objection. And it states 137 Echo, Echo Alpha, and Echo Bravo. Over objection, maybe be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Ron. Now, look at Exhibit 138 Echo, 138 Echo Alpha, 138 Echo Bravo. Do you recognize those exhibits?
I do.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 138 Echo, 138 Echo Alpha, 138 Echo?
So this is going to be 138 Echo. It's going to be the business record certification. 138 Echo Alpha is going to be the discs I looked at this morning with my initials on it for those records that were provided from the cell phone provider. And then 138 Echo Bravo is going to be the subscriber information page.
And does that appear to be the same records as you received them back in 2000?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender 130 Echo, 130 Echo Alpha, and 138 Echo Bravo into evidence.
Hold on one second. All right, any objection to states 138 Echo, Echo Alpha, Echo Bravo? Anyone? Same objection? Okay, all right. I'll note it over objection, and that it's admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, looking first at 137 Echo, Echo Alpha, and Echo Bravo, who was the provider of those records?
AT&T.
And who was the subscriber of those records?
YSL Enterprises.
I'm sorry, for 137 Echo, what's the phone number?
404 823 8553.
And you said the subscriber to YSL Enterprises.
YSL Enterprises.
Was there a location, subscriber location?
Yes, the address. It's the 1188 Magnolia Way, Southeast Smyrna, Georgia.
And as it relates to this number here, when you received the records, were you able to plot some of the records for April 25th and April 26th?
I did.
Do you recall where this phone number was during that time frame?
I believe this phone number was in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Well, looking at a copy, looking at your report,
Yes, it would.
I'll give you a page number.
8553. Yeah.
We'll come back and we'll confirm, we'll confirm that. All right, now we're looking at 138 Echo.
Okay.
And 138 Echo Alpha and Bravo. What's the phone number for 138 Echo?
678 185
185?
815 5790.
And who was the subscriber?
The subscriber to this one was listed. The name was YSL Duke.
Did it have any location information where this phone was registered to?
Yes, it's 816 Oak Street Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia.
And did it have an email associated with this record?
I don't see an email address on this record. Yeah, at least on this page, I don't see an email address.
Why did you obtain the record for these two phone numbers?
Just their association with phone calls made. I believe it was going to be to the 1990 phone. So diving into first Jimmy Winfrey's phone records, I then dove into the 1990 because that was the most frequent phone call made. And then from the 1990, looking at the phone numbers that was calling, that's how it led me to these phone numbers.
And when you received these phone numbers, did you review these numbers as well?
Yes.
Now, did you eventually secure arrest warrants in this case?
I did.
Who did you secure arrest warrants for?
Jimmy Winfrey.
And approximately when did you take out your arrest warrant?
Ooh, it was, I had to look at my report to be accurate, but I think it was either the end of May or beginning of June, sometime around there. I have to refer to my report.
But it was the end of May or early June.
Correct. No. So at the time I secured the arrest warrant, we learned that Jimmy Winfrey was out of state in Miami, Florida. I got the arrest warrant, and 30 minutes later, I proceeded to the magistrate court of Cobb County to request a sealing order to have it sealed, so the arrest warrant wouldn't be made public. It was sealed.
How is Mr. Steele relevant? I'm gonna overrule the objection.
I attempted to get so I secured the arrest warrant. Within 30 minutes, I went to the magistrate court in person to request a sealing order, received said sealing order. However, the word that the arrest warrant had been secured was leaked to the media.
At the point in time when you leaked to the media, did you learn where he was?
Yes.
Where was he?
Yeah, he was in Miami, Florida.
Now, I want to go back to the location of the 8553 number. If you go to page 174 of your report.
174, okay. Yep, 8553.
Okay. Where was that phone in the time of April 25th to April 26th?
So April 25th, it was in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Did you plot anything else?
Well, I plotted that phone number earlier in the late in the night of the 25th, and then I plotted it basically going into the morning of the 26th.
And when you plotted it going into the morning of 26, was this phone still in Baton Rouge or was it somewhere else?
It began moving, and yes, to answer your question, it began moving.
And where did you see it start moving to?
From Baton Rouge, basically moving the route of, I think it's I-85 from Mobile to Montgomery back towards Atlanta. So I call it the low route because there's a couple ways to get to New Orleans, the high route and the low route, but basically from Baton Rouge to Mobile to Montgomery back to Atlanta. And it was hitting off of cell towers along that route.
So is this in the morning of 4/26?
That's correct.
All right. So he said the route of Baton Rouge to Mobile?
Yes. So from Atlanta to New Orleans, you can either go I-20 out towards Tuscaloosa and into Mississippi and then down, or you go to the interstate from I-10 to basically New Orleans to Mobile, then up through Montgomery, up I-85. And it went that low route back to Atlanta.
Okay. Baton Rouge, Mobile.
Montgomery.
Now going back to Mr. Winfrey, was he ever arrested on your warrants?
He was.
And when he was arrested, was he brought to the Cobb County Jail?
Yes.
Or was he taken to the Cobb County Jail?
Yes, he was at Cobb County Jail.
Once he was arrested, did that end your investigation in this case?
No.
When he was arrested, did you attempt to speak with him?
Yes.
Did he speak with you about the facts of the case?
Basis.
Your Honor, he's not present in the courtroom.
I'm overruling the objection, Mr. Steele.
We did not speak about the facts of the case.
Okay. Did he provide you information about his attorney?
He did.
Okay. At the time, how many attorneys did he have?
I think he had multiple, but I think I remember specifically one attorney for a particular reason.
And who was that attorney?
Manny Aurora.
And earlier you talked about one of these phone numbers belonged to his attorney. Was this name the attorney, that phone number you found earlier in his record?
Yes, Manny Aurora. I later identified that phone number as belonging to him.
And again, was that the number ending in 9444?
That's correct.
Now, in looking at Jimmy Winfrey's phone log, does Jimmy Winfrey contact that 9444 number on April 26, 2015?
Yes, he does.
Okay. When does he first contact that number on April 26, 2015?
I believe it was 6:56 in the morning.
Do you need to look at the record to be sure?
I'm pretty sure it's 6:56, either 6:56 or 6:57, but I'm pretty sure it's 6:56 the first times.
So on the morning of April 26.
That's correct.
On the morning of April 26, was Jimmy Winfrey a suspect in this case?
No, the morning of April 26th, no.
Is there only one call to that phone number on April 26th, or is there multiple calls to that phone number on April 26th?
There's multiple calls.
How many calls were made to that phone number on April 26th?
So there's 3 that went unanswered kind of back to back at that 6:56 time frame. And then there was one, I believe, was answered at 6:57 or I'd have to look at the records, but basically 3 back-to-back non-answered and then 1 answered.
Were those the only calls made to that number on April 26th?
No, I believe there's another one later in the afternoon of the 26th.
Are those the only 2 calls for the 26th?
That would be, so the 2 connected calls, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, those are the 2 connected calls on the 26th.
Okay. Now, as your investigation continued, did you obtain jail calls in this case?
Yes, I did.
Why did you obtain jail calls in this case?
It's a routine kind of investigative tool that we utilize in investigations.
And from what jailing facility did you receive these jail calls from?
Cobb County.
And back in 2015, what system did Cobb County use for jail calls?
I want to say it was like Global Tel Link. It's been years since I've worked for Cobb County, but I believe it's like Global Tel Link, something to that effect.
Okay. And can you tell the jury back in 2015 how individuals who were housed in Cobb County Jail could make phone calls?
Sure. So when you're initially in intake and you've never been to Cobb County Jail before, you don't have a PIN, like an inmate PIN number. So you can make phones basically for free in intake. Once you get past intake, they'll give you an individualized PIN number that associates with you, an inmate. So you'd have to put in that PIN prior to making a phone call. But yeah, I think that answers the question.
Okay, thank you. And did you, as a law enforcement officer, have access to the jail calls?
So I didn't have access to the system, but I had direct access to it. I don't, but the organized crime unit did. And then the more formal way is actually requesting it from the custodian of records for the Cobb County Sheriff's Office.
And taking you specifically to this case, did you receive calls from Mr. Winfrey?
Yes, I did.
And the calls that were received, let me ask you this. When individuals have made calls from the jail, do they have a PIN number that they use?
They do have a PIN number that's supposed to be assigned to them.
Before you pose any more questions, it might be appropriate for us to go ahead and take lunch. We'll be going in a little bit of time anyways. Ladies and gentlemen, how about some lunch? Yes. Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and take formal lunch, and let's just be back for 2 p.m., okay? All right. All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. Detective, we'll see you back for 2 o'clock. Okay, don't discuss testimony of anybody except attorneys in this case. Yes, Your Honor. All right, counsels, you're in recess until 2. Okay. All right.
Hey guys, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know why my camera's acting like that. What the heck going on? All right. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? What is going on? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Put a 1 in the chat. I see you, Just Peeking. Welcome, Just Peeking. Terry, 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 put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me, Terry. Put a 1 in the chat. All right. Okay. You know, sometimes I got to do that audio check. They're coming back from lunch now. For those who are concerned, they are coming back from lunch. I'm going to widescreen this because for some reason, listen, I just had lunch myself. I had the worst service as well. Had the worst service. I waited literally 20 minutes for them to come to my table. It's weird. But they expect a 20% tip when they had me waiting 20 minutes. Crazy.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna be in the. Okay, we're about to come in the courtroom. I'm gonna widescreen this. Just drop your questions in the comment section, and we can resume this momentarily with the commentary.
Litigants present?
Everyone's present.
Okay. All right. Where's our witness? Okay. Do I need to excuse our witness?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right.
And Your Honor, very quickly, the state at some point, either later this afternoon, depending on how fast the questioning goes, or tomorrow morning, the state intends to introduce two things that I just want to bring to the court's attention, just to see if there's any objection so we can deal with it. The first thing is a video. It's a social media video that Detective Racy pulled. This video was provided back on April 12th as a part of the pool of evidence that we intended to introduce during this case, during this particular act. The video specifically, the relevant portion that the state intends to get into is a video of Mr. Winfrey at the gun range shooting what appears to be an AR assault rifle. We have not heard any objections to that video, but I wanted to bring it to the court's attention that we do plan on getting into that video. The entire video was about maybe 3 minutes, but it has third-party commentary, so we redacted the third-party commentary and solely focused on Mr. Winfrey at the shooting range. So that's the first item that I wanted to bring to the court's attention.
Okay. And when was the video purportedly made?
The video was made, well, let me say, prior to Detective Racy pulling it. So in 2015, at some point, we would need to go back to the complex video to see when it was pulled. But the video that Detective Racy pulled was the commentary talked about the ongoing beef or feud that was happening between Lil Wayne and YSL. And specifically, this video was created after Mr. Winfrey was arrested.
Okay. What's the relevancy of the Mr. Winfrey's range video?
Because he's the one to alleged to have shot up this bus in this case. And so it shows him at the range shooting a weapon that we believe to be what was used in this instance. As the testimony or the evidence provided that Detective Finney saw this type of weapon inside of his vehicle prior to, on the night of, prior to the shooting. And so it also shows, and we believe in the background of this video, you can hear someone that we believe to be Mr. Williams encouraging Mr. Winfrey to shoot the weapon at the range. And so 1, it would show association. 2, would show that he knew how to shoot and fire that weapon. And 3, it was a type of weapon that he was seen with on the night of. And also, and I'm not sure if this is going to come up on cross or not, when this case was first investigated, there was some allegations that Mr. Winfrey did not have the ability to shoot a weapon. And so this video contradicted that assertion that Mr. Winfrey could not shoot a gun in that capacity. And so for all of those reasons, Your Honor, we believe that this video is relevant.
Okay. Mr. Steele?
And then I'll address the second matter after that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Your Honor, over my objection, I believe that you are admitting Mr. Winfrey guilty plea.
Redacted.
Over my objection.
Yes.
you're admitting it, and then yes, you did agree that has to be redacted.
Yes.
But, he pled guilty to this incident. I don't know why we need a picture of him at a shooting range to prove that he can fire a weapon. That's 1. 2, to my knowledge, in your trial, I never heard anyone make an allegation he couldn't fire a weapon. I don't know how that's relevant to our trial, your trial that we're conducting. And then I won't address, unless I misheard,
the audio would be muted, but I heard Ms. Hilton then say that possibly Mr. Williams is sort of in the background encouraging, but if the audio is muted, there's no reason, you know, if you let in an objection, there's no reason to address that. But if I'm wrong, I do have an issue with the voices. So anyway, those are my objections. It's not relevant. 403, it's a waste of time. I know that sounds kind of, you didn't like that when I said that earlier, but you know, that's what the 403 says. It's a waste of time. And I would strongly object to any type of hearsay statements when I don't know who's in the background and about the beef that I can't cross the town. But I believe that that's, you know, or to believe.
All right.
I'm hearing from my colleagues that maybe last week this particular video was discussed and made Mr. Steele.
Yes. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You said it froze. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I got in shape for $2 million. The money these guys are making today, I'd be damn near anorexic for $35, $40 million a year. They're making 56, you chill. I know. They'd be like, we got to get Charles to eat. He's anorexic.
All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle, pay the price. Want a slice, got the